everybody.
Hello.
So it's just us today. Robin might be coming in a little bit later, but I hope you guys have been finding good books to read whenever you get here. It's probably too early to start, but what are you planning on reading, Tiffany?
I am in the middle of a Murder, She Wrote cozy mystery, a slaying in Savannah. So Jessica Fletcher is back at it.
Awesome. I am in the middle of The Evil Queen still, but honestly, this book, I brought it up last time. The way that the main guy was described, I'm kind of feeling like this might be the kind of book that's definitely not my thing, because it's young adult, yes, but just the way it's described, it kind of seems like the author is still taking some from her erotica or adult fiction. And I'm like, I'm not down with that. But just in general, the voice, the narration, the characters, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I can keep going. So I'm going to probably try to figure out, because I have a few books on Hoopla. I have like 7 days left with the ones I borrowed at the end of February. But I just haven't read any of them. But I'm going to go ahead. Hello,
Hi,
Sophia.
It's so good.
What are you reading today?
I hope you got some good sleep. She was with us for our cozy mystery chat last night, but she's in the UK, so it's like way ahead of us. So it was like midnight, it's crazy hours, but she's a rock star, man.
Absolutely. Well, let us know what you're reading, Sophia.
Please. And Sophia, I think you might have just missed Tiffany. I'll let her say what she was reading again, but I'm reading A Murder, She Wrote cozy mystery, a slaying in Savannah. So I was telling Tiffany, Jessica Fletcher is on the case. So I'm feeling good about that. I'm also going to be doing some editing of my videos that I recorded earlier. So I'm going to go back and forth. I got to get those done too.
Hello, me. Here we go.
Hi.
Hello. Yeah, that's really nice. So are you able to do it with what is this? StreamYard. Do you use it on your computer?
I'm like taping it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on my laptop.
Yeah, because I was really wanting to work with my video, try to have it render, upload, at least get it done, and then I do YouTube. But well, first off, it's huge, and my computer's just not having it. Even though it's really not that big of a deal. It's like, come on, why can't my computer do it? But I'm gonna have to try to figure it out when the stream's over, because I'm like, I want this video to be done. And I'm just so proud of myself this time, because usually it's just I talk about my thoughts, but I usually have thoughts about a video. This time I was like, a lot of these books I really don't remember. So I'm like, I was working with the synopsis. I had my Goodreads open. I had the reviews, or at least a little something I had said about the videos, or about the books, so I could do the video. And so here I am, I'm like this the whole time. Basically, just my mouth is moving. I'm like, dude, you're looking stone cold.
Guys, I think that I said this. I don't know if you guys were with us for the Friday chat on Moonlit Books' channel, but Tiffany is the funniest booktuber that, holy moly. I was dying laughing at your wrap up. I could never do those kind of videos because, like I said, that's just not in my, I like even critiquing, it's in my nature to be really but I was, no joke, cracking up. She was holding up a book at one point, guys. And if you're there, I'm sorry, but I have to tell you, she's holding up a book at one point. And she's like, do not read this. She's like, if you love yourself, if you like yourself, do not read that. And I was like, whoa, that's some passion, dude. Oh my God. I was laughing so hard.
Thank you. Yeah, there's there's a book that I talked about in January like that. I'm like, bruh. I mean, I don't have as much passion as I felt about this book. Like, when I did my review, I was feeling the rage. When I read the book, I was feeling the rage. This time, because it was like more controlled, I'm just chill. I'm doing a video and I'm just trying to memorize. It's so hard to memorize. Trying to do like a sentence in a breath, that is really hard to do. But it was kind of nice to try to, like, I got rid of any little pauses and anything that I was like, oh, I don't like to have this part. And now I'm pretty proud of it. I think it's gonna be like one of my best videos. So I'm pretty pleased with that.
That's awesome. Gisela,
Yeah.
hello.
Hi, Gisela. Do you know what that is? What she just finished?
I'm sure it's something we were just talking about yesterday, but I'm trying to remember the initials. UFYH. I think it's something in the Amanda Flower series, but I'm not sure.
For sure.
I'm not positive.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Sophia. Whew. Oh, I'm so glad it was worth it. That makes me so happy.
I slept because I was trying to work on getting my video rendered because I am gonna add it where with each book I have the cover just like in the screen, like right about here, you know. And so that took forever to render. And then I decided to change the coloring because the coloring, even though like I did bring in the light, I was a little frustrated though because I tried to use natural light and then there was just glare on one of my glasses. I was like, seriously? I did this whole video, but it's like, it's not a big deal. It's good that I filmed this. But so I worked on color grading because the covers, you know, from Google, it's really vibrant and it's not the same. So I changed that up. So I'm looking forward to putting this video up whenever it comes up because I think it has to be tomorrow, as long as the storage will let me upload it, but it shouldn't be a problem.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reading Blanket Crossing, which is a collection of stories. All right.
Love it, Sophia. Then she says, hi, uniquely. Gisela, you have to read Premeditated Peppermint. There you go.
All right. You got it figured out.
It is, yeah. It is really, really good. And uniquely tell us what you are reading. And I think that would be everybody. We want to know what you're reading. Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, and I have 3 different videos to edit, but I think the 2 will be really quick because one of them is my March Mystery Madness TBR, and I don't really think a whole lot of it needs to be cut and done anything with, not too much. And then the next one was I did the Clue book tag. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, you had mentioned it.
It was so much fun. It was created by the Bookish Bryants, who are a married couple that booktube. Have you seen them at all?
Not, no.
They're so cute. They have such a like cute dynamic together, and they have this really cute pug that sometimes visits them in their videos. But I just think a married booktube couple, and they are adorable.
Aww.
So it was created by them, and then another channel called the Bookish Knitter. And they both do cozy mysteries, but they also do regular mysteries. And the Bookish Bryants also do romance together, which is really interesting. And then I think Scott from the Bookish Bryants also does like a lot of general fiction and just different stuff like that. So a bunch of different, but they created this booktube tag. It's a clue tag. And so you remember the board game Clue, the person. Yeah.
For sure.
So there's 12 prompts. It's 4 people, 4 rooms within like the clue board, and then 4 weapons. And then they each have a prompt for you for a book. It was so much fun.
That's cool. Awesome.
Yeah, it was really fun. So I don't think I'll have to, edit that much too either.
Definitely. It's a cleaning and organizing book for people with chronic illness. And I refill licorice earlier in the day. LOL, I'm loving audiobooks. Yes, audiobooks. Such
Love it. That is so interesting about the cleaning and organizing book for people with chronic illness. I might need to look at that. That's really interesting.
She said, I'm going to try and read The Tenant and The Never Tilting World. Nice.
Okay. Are you in the middle of either of these? Oh, yes. I just started watching them. The Book is Brian's yesterday. They are awesome and so cute. They really are. They really are adorable.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing for me with BookTube, because there's other stuff on YouTube I like to watch. Really, the ones I watch are like the bigger BookTubes, especially Read with Cindy. I know she's now changed it to with Cindy because she does more than just read. She watches and she travels or whatever. But I'm like, you're still Read with Cindy to me. But yeah, I watched her recent video. That was fun. And that's the thing. I was kind of using it off of her, how she does it, where she does have just the little cover right about here. And I'm like, you know what? Let's go ahead and do it that way. Because I was like, what works better? And I'm like, you know what? This will be fine. So I decided to do it that way.
Yeah. I get all of my, almost 100% of my books. I say almost, but really all of my books from the library or a library app or something like that. So I always have to just put like the covers in somehow, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. Yesterday I was planning on filming my February wrap up too, but I was like, you know, I kind of wanted to go right from filming into editing my video. And I'm really glad that I did. You know, it's done. It just needs to upload. How it will upload, if it will upload, because I had to delete all the footage just on my desktop. Then I had to delete the files in general on like the Final Cut Pro little thing. And I'm like, okay, this should be fine. And then I see it's still like storage. I'm like, what else do you need? Is it so hard for me to just put out a video?
Yeah. Ooh. That is so frustrating too when it does that.
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing holding you back. Oh, it's so frustrating.
Yeah, that's the thing. My dad was bringing up the fact that maybe I should get one of those really big Macs. And, you know, since it has so much storage, and then maybe I could work on my videos. And now I see how my computer's doing, and I'm like, you know what? That's probably a pretty good idea. I don't know why I can't just, you know, function like normal, but.
Whew.
Yeah, it is 14 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't understand why it's so big, though.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's not that long.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I know the extra stuff, the color grading and that, it's like, because it says 75 gigabytes, but I don't think that would be everything. Huh. It's weird. Oh, so, yeah, it only has 300 megabytes available of 121. Seriously? Man. Yeah, because it's the system. It took 40 gigabytes. Yeesh.
Wow. So the book that the Red Queen that you're reading, is it on audio that you're doing it?
Me?
Yeah.
I read that. I read that.
Oh, I thought that's what you're reading now.
No. The Evil Queen.
Evil Queen.
Yeah.
Are you doing it on audio?
No, it's a physical book. It's a chunker. It's huge. It's almost 600 pages. And that's the thing. Like, I was really wanting the audiobook, but I kind of don't want to put my credit card info in to do Kindle. And then I would get the unlimited audiobooks, at least for the 30 days or whatever trial. I mean, one day I might, because I heard I was able to listen to a sample of the audiobook, and I'm like, man, maybe I'd actually be able to get through this book. But you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe I won't try to finish that book, because it's like, you know, does this spark joy at all? Are you frustrated by this book? And it's like, yes. So I'm like, maybe not.
Well, and you've tried reading it, what, 10 times?
Yep. Yep.
I mean, I feel like you've given it a fair shot. I mean, I don't want you to quit reading it if you don't want to, but I mean, 10 times is a good shot. Like, I don't know if I've ever, besides one more time, came back, because sometimes I DNF things just because I'm not in the mood. It's not necessarily the book, it's me. So I'll come back to those, but it's just one more time. I would know after that I'm out. I tap out, but I feel like 10 times is a really fair shot.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the thing. It's just I thought it was a good concept, and I do like fairy tale retellings, but yeah, this one I'm just very upset about it because it was like almost $20. I mean, it was 20% off because it was a Target book, but it was like, this book, why are you here?
Is it a retelling of Snow White?
Well, Snow White and the Evil Queen, yes. And it follows the Evil Queen. I actually talk about it in one of my videos. Trying to think about which one it was. It was some video last year. I think. Yeah, that's a. Oh, I think it was. Yeah, it was my Shrekathon TBR. I talk about that because it was about food on the cover, and on the back of the cover it had the apple.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I talk about that video. I think it was, pretty. The concept sounds interesting when you hear me talk about it, but this is very clear. The execution is not it. Nope. No.
Yeah, I mean, I read for fun, so I don't want to read something I'm not enjoying. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I do it, is for the pleasure of it. And just Ellis, that I feel like you may have a more joyful experience reading if you read shorter books.
Yeah, that's sometimes how I do it. A lot of the time, because this is like the first time I've really tried to do anything like long. Like, I've read a couple, because I read Cinder, Red Queen, Snow Like Ashes, but most of the time I'm reading, close to 300 pages. But it just hasn't been going my way most of the time. It's only been 2 3-star books this year and then 1 4-star book, but that was because I've already read it 3 times. So
Gotcha.
yeah, and I've read 21 books this year, so it's like,
wow.
Yeah. I'm really hoping I can find some other good books, but that's another thing too. If I did not own this book, there's no way I'd be reading it, but it's here, and I'm like, it's only worth the money if you read it. And now I'm like, maybe not, I just wonder who likes that book. Who feels like that book works for them. They really like the voice and the character and where the plot goes. Like, because I know some things about it. Because like I said, the first time I was reading it, I kind of was like just shocked by the prologue, and I had to know what happened next. So I was just kind of like, okay, I don't want to read through the contemporary parts, her being in the mortal world. And so I'm skimming, and I get to certain parts, and I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this in this book? So it's probably something I just can't get through. But I got to almost 100 pages. Oh, what are some of the 21 books? It is, hold on, let me just look. Oh, wait a second. I have this on my sheet right here, because I was like, okay, let's make sure I know which books to talk about. So I actually have my January wrap-up. It's supposed to be uploading tomorrow on my channel. So I read Casey West books. I read a couple fantasy books, because I read, sci-fi fantasy, supernatural kind of thing. I read Cinder, Paranormal Sea. I read Red Queen and Snow Like Ashes. I read a couple contemporary books. I read 99 Days, officially the worst book of 2021. I really hated that one. There's
I'm laughing because it's March.
Well, that's the thing. I already made it clear in January. Already the worst. Like I make it very clear in the video too. I'm like, what is happening? How do I already have the worst book of 2021? Like nothing can beat this. Potentially The Evil Queen could beat it, but I'm just not gonna even acknowledge that probably. I read this book on NetGalley, Excuse Me While I Ugly Cry. I did read one comic book because I owned it. I read one of the Smallville comic books. Couple more. My Life Next Door, Opposite of Always, 10 Blind Dates, and then I read that booktuber book. So I've got a couple books going, or at least I finished. But
yay, the start of a reading journal. She's talking about your notebook or your piece of paper. On the stream last night, the girl that I was streaming with, Cozy Reads Mystery, she started a Cozy Mystery channel too. She's amazing. She has a journal that's like, she even keeps track of like her hours that she's reading and everything like that. I am like the most disorganized person in the world. So I have it on Goodreads, and if it's not on Goodreads, I don't even know I've read it.
Yeah. I mean, I would definitely know what I read, but with what you're saying, it's like, yeah. I mean, for me, I don't think I would do like a physical journal. Like I write down, my thoughts and whatever. But if I have something, I'm like, well, I really need to remember this. I'll write it down. But I've been using, like I said, I've been using Google Docs and then Goodreads. So like I've been able to record it pretty well. I am a little disappointed. One of the streams we did where we were looking at that Bookly app, it's just, Gisela. Oh, so the booktuber book isn't the worst of 2021? No, that one, I'd say it's because you have more expectations, more, there should be more professionalism and just a good book in a properly published book, like a legitimate author. And I just don't feel like this booktuber is a legitimate author. And she can be insulted all she wants. I think that. So, but I think some people dislike it more than I do. The booktuber book, I just thought it was, not impressive. I'm like, this is the best you're gonna get from a girl like her. But it definitely was not the worst of 2021. 99 Days absolutely is. It's like the worst book I've read. I was not down with that one.
Oh my goodness. And I will say, I have never heard of that book. I've never read the 99 Days, the worst book of 2021, according to Masquerade Chick. But I will say, we had somebody else on the chat on Friday, Moonlit Book, who did enjoy the book. So I always think it's really interesting, like, what you can love and I can hate, and it be the same exact, you know what I mean? Just because, and I think that's, when I have books that I don't enjoy, or I have books that I really enjoy, I feel like I'm much more reserved in the way that I talk about them than you are. You're just laying it out there. And I respect that. And I laugh at it. For me, I'm just like, dude, I couldn't write a book. So I tried to be like, you know what I'm saying? Because I think that that's incredible to be able to even write a book. So they're like light years ahead of me. So I'm like, okay. But I will say, like, if I don't like a book, and I'll definitely say why I don't like it. I just don't necessarily go into like a lot of detail. But I do say, and I think everybody has that disclaimer, like what you want. Reading's about having fun. If you like it, more power to you. Awesome. We're never going to like all the same things. If we did, we would be in big trouble if we all liked the same exact things all the time, right? I mean, so, do you have fun?
Absolutely. So 2 things to go with what you said. So Kristen had actually messaged me because she read my review. She read my review. She found it hilarious. And she told me, because she had said, she read it when she was like 14. She was like, I don't remember half the things that happened in here. She said she's probably going to go ahead and reread it just to see if she would like it. And I'm like, bruh, don't do it. But, I was like, if you're going to do it, just tell me what you think. I'm kind of curious what she'll think. She probably won't react like I did, but it was just such an insult to reading, I think, that book. But another with what you're saying about the disclaimer, everyone does a disclaimer. I don't. I lay it out. I don't care if people hate on my opinion. I'm like, dude, I'm having fun here. But because I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed, especially when I hear a great concept and maybe the story starts out pretty good, and then it just goes, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. It can be really disappointing when it's an anticipated book or an anticipated author or something like that.
Yeah, at least with Again But Better, I heard the concept, I saw the cover, I knew the title. I was not impressed by any of it. I was just kind of like, okay, let's just see how this book goes. Maybe I can give it a chance. And it was clear I shouldn't have. It, like I said, definitely not the worst of 2021. I don't know. It's like one of those where it's like it actually deserves a 1 star, whereas a lot of these books deserve 0 stars, but you can't do that on Goodreads. I wish you could. That'd be nice. But
oh man.
I just gotta be me.
That's right. I mean, hey, absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah, it was when I was working on my January wrap up, I happened to tap because you can. Do you use Final Cut Pro?
Do I use what?
Final Cut Pro. Do you use that one or no?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Well, with that editing software, it has your timeline. It has the little what you can edit, whatever, and then right about here. And I'm like doing it like the way that the screen would actually look if it was, coming this way, how you would look at it, whatever. But just about, nope, wrong thing. There, right about there is like your footage and everything. Now, what was I trying to say? Oh, shoot, there was something I was trying to say. Oh, so it happened to be that one of the files was selected, and I saw 8, and then like the colon number, and I'm like, wait a second, is this 8 hours? And I don't think it was. Like, they were pretty, the only one that was a lot was Cinder. That was like 20 minutes. But a lot of it is I'm like looking at my phone trying to be like, okay, what do I have to say? But, got that working.
Is the Final Cut Pro or whatever you were just talking about, is that a free service? And do you use it?
Oh, you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
You got to pay for it. What was your other question?
Is it an Apple app?
Yes. Yes, it is. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Poor Microsoft. Can't do it. No, it's definitely a good software. I wish I would use it more, but I mean, right now I am. So I just hope my computer can handle it. Yeah, it's kind of disappointing because my I have this hard drive that has like so much storage space, and it's like, why can't my computer have that? I might have to, get this computer earlier. Like, I'm such a cheapskate. I don't spend money on anything. I only get books for like gifts or something like that. But, now I'm like, maybe I gotta do this computer because I do want to make videos more. And it's like, how are you supposed to do that if you can't even have the storage space enough? So
True.
Would you want to do a sprint at 2:35?
Sure.
All right. We'll make sure to put on that.
Sounds good. Sophia's laughing at Giselle's question about, so the booktuber book wasn't the worst of 2021.
Yeah. Which was nice. That would have been, I mean, I guess it was hard to get through, but it just wasn't as bad as I was thinking it would be, I think. It was frustrating. Yeah, because you couldn't even do the basics of grammar and organization. The dialogue was awful. But it's kind of just what you can expect from a book that's just published because it's like, oh, this person can make us money. Are they talented? Nope. But we just want to get money from them. And I'm like, well, don't expect. Unfortunately, I was about to say, don't expect me to pay for it, but I did. So I can't really say, don't expect me to pay for it. But yeah.
Sophia, I wholeheartedly agree with that vote. Premeditated peppermint. Yes, 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 yes. It is so good. And I don't want to spoil anything, but Jethro, no, I'm kidding. Never mind.
All right, so it is 2:35. We'll come back at 05. Sound good?
Sounds good. Happy reading.
All right,
everyone.
let's do it. How are your sprints?
Mine was good. I edited a whole video from
Oh
start
my
to
gosh,
finish.
that's so great.
Yeah, so I'm really happy about that. The next sprint I'll read. I'm gonna go back and forth, but I had to get at least one fully edited because it goes up tonight for tomorrow.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's what I gotta do too. So I was hoping for my video to be out today, but it just didn't work out. But absolutely. I got to page 22 and that's apparently 42 minutes into the audiobook, so that's nice.
which
I'm
book is
reading,
that?
huh?
Which
Oh,
book is that?
yes, I haven't. So I'm reading Partials. So, it is a book. Hold on. So, the human race is all but extinct after a war with partials. Engineered organic beings identical to human have decimated the population because they release RM, a weaponized virus. Only a fraction of humanity is immune. So they're kind of trying to survive. And right now, they were talking about how they have the Hope Act, and that's like all the women are trying to get pregnant, and like all these girls are pregnant, but the babies never live. So, you know, there's only like 40,000 people in the world right now. And then there's also the fact that not everyone's united. They're like, we're still gonna fight and kill each other. It's like, guys, we've already been killed by this different sort of race. What are you guys doing?
This is too much like what's going on in our world right now for me.
Yeah.
Read. I mean,
yeah,
it's different, and at the same time, like I'm like, okay, that's not, I mean, all of the climate
close to home.
politics, but then also the virus. And I know it's not the same thing, but it's just too close. I'm like, oh my God, I'm seeing too many parallels that right now.
Yeah, this book came out in 2012, and actually there was a de-stressathon that was last year, and that was desert-a-thon, and it was like one of the prompts was a desert vibe book, and this was as close as I could get because it's like, hey, at least at the cover it looks pretty similar to that, and then they're all deserted, there's no one around, but yeah, I had thought I could get through it, but it just got a little boring. I got to halfway to 100 pages about there, and then I kind of stopped, but I think I can get farther with it if I do the audiobook. That's what's been really working for me. This month, that's all I've done. I do my physical book and then the audiobook together, and then I finish the book. Like, it's just working so much better.
Do you so you've kind of read this, you've started already and DNF'd it at one point. This book.
Yes.
Okay. Do you do KU?
KU?
The Kindle Unlimited?
No, that's what I was saying, that
oh yeah, the credit card.
The Evil Queen. I was like, oh, that, I think I might have to give it a try though, because it's like, you want to, listen and read these books, don't you? And it's like, I guess so. It's like, well, you can do that with a free trial. So.
Yeah, I asked because not all, but some of them, you can be reading the ebook and it will read it to you, but then you're also looking at the words and it highlights it as it reads it.
That is so nice.
Yeah, I know you would love that because I know you've said that you like to do those together. So when I saw that, I thought, oh my gosh, I have to tell you. And I'd forgot about it until you said that. But yeah, so it highlights the like literally the passage as it goes, but it's reading it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's available on every book.
Yeah.
But the ones that I think maybe have audio versions, but.
Yeah, that was actually there were a few free ebooks that I've gotten over time with like some of these book sites, and with Hoopla there's a couple audiobooks that go hand in hand with the ebooks, and I'm like, you know what? Let's try that out. Yeah. Do you know if Hoopla lets you do both at once? Because I know some of the books have audiobook and ebooks, but I'm guessing they don't let you since you're like playing it. That is so cheap.
Yeah, I think it would charge you another credit.
No. I'm saying, can you actually play it at the same time? It would, of course, be a different credit, but I'm saying, can it
Oh,
actually
I'm
let you
sorry.
play both at once?
I doubt it, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I
I
have,
can investigate that. Probably not.
yeah,
Yeah.
that would
No, I
be
know it would
interesting.
definitely be a different credit, but yeah, I was kind of like, I don't think they'd let you do it since it's the same site, which is a little like, come on, man. I just want to read the book this way that I read
I
it.
wonder if there's somehow you could time it where like I can use Hoopla on my laptop and on my phone. So I wonder if you could open it up on your phone and open one of them and then it open up on your laptop and open up the other one and somehow coordinate it.
So I didn't even know that. So Hoopla is also a website?
Well, it's an app that I have on my laptop and then I also have it on my phone.
Okay.
So I'm wondering if you could, I've never tried, but I'm wondering if you could open them up in both places
Yeah.
and then somehow coordinate it. But I don't know if it'd let you or not.
Yeah, I might have to check that out. Yeah, for sure. See, I didn't even know that. Learning so many things.
Gisela said,
I need to investigate Kindle Unlimited. Yep, me too. Gotta check that out.
exactly. And yeah, and then the Audible Plus is amazing too. I just got it Friday,
Ooh,
and I
ooh,
am
yeah.
loving it. But Gisela said also, Eric, I'm really enjoying this series. I'm so glad you like the Amanda Flowers series. Everybody else in the chat, tell us how your sprints went, if you're enjoying your books, all of that jazz. Kindle Unlimited, I don't know as much about. The Audible Plus, I've been in like hog heaven all weekend long with like just looking to see what is on there. And yes, I am loving the Audible Plus right now.
For sure. That's cool. So it's just, is it like unlimited audiobooks?
So the way they do it is you get 1 credit a month, and that is for like a select premium book or something like that. And then they have a catalog of unlimited that you can listen to. But like there's thousands in the unlimited. So I don't
Nice.
know how they even determine what's premium and what's because like some of the ones that aren't premium are just as good as the premium, in my opinion, you know. So and it's only $7.95 a month.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. And then you do like the first 30 days for free.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my problem. Like I do like listening to the audiobook, but if I'm going to buy a book, it's going to have to be the physical book. Like I can't imagine paying like $20 cuz I look at these and I can't imagine paying $20 for an audiobook. It's like, dude, I'm going to read it once and that's it, you know.
I was on a channel yesterday, Too Fond of Books. They're a mystery kind of channel. And she reads all kinds of different mysteries. And I think she might read other stuff too, but that's generally what when I watch her videos, it's to see her mystery stuff. She is awesome. But she was on a doing a live chat yesterday or the day before. I don't even remember now. And there was somebody on there that said their library charges them $15 for new books. I'm like, why wouldn't you just go to the bookstore?
My god.
And that you could get 2 books.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm going to pay, why wouldn't I just go and buy it?
Yeah,
Right?
that
That's
doesn't make sense at all.
well, and it kind of
No.
defeats the purpose of a library, right? Their
Yeah.
library is so that, people that like me or whatever can still enjoy books.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought that was kind of crazy.
That's ridiculous. Yeah. No, that is definitely not what I would be down for. I'm like, oh guys, I think I'm gonna nope, there's no way. There's no way I'd do that. Absolutely not. Yeah, but when all this started, cause with this book, I said de-stressathon. That was about May, around May. And I started this show in April of 2020. It was called Containment, and it was apparently based on this, or at least it was inspired or based on this show that was like in a different language. And so it was about I mean, like, this virus was bad because this virus, it was, like, it killed someone immediately. So all the blood is coming out of you, and then you die after, like, a day. It was bad. And so everyone was contagious, and they, like, were able to contain it in a very small part, but then everyone there was stuck. It was pretty miserable for them, but it was honestly such a good show.
Wow. I'll leave you to it. It sounds super interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm still disappointed though because the show, like, we were so engaged with the show, and it was nice to see something that was a worse situation than our current situation was back in April of 2020. And so then I get to the end and I'm like, where's the rest of it? And they canceled the show. I'm like, what? The show was so good.
That is a bummer.
I was so disappointed.
They do have a bunch of the Cleo Coyle Coffee House series on Audible for free version. They do. I'm not caught up in that series, so I need to take advantage of that because there's like 18 of them.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, and they're really good. They are really, really good. Sophia, I know you said, but what are you reading? And uniquely, I don't know if you're still hanging around, but tell us what you're reading. I know what you're reading. Tell us if you enjoyed your sprint. I'm really shocked too, like how much Hoopla has when I go to like look through their catalog. They just have a ton of good books.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with them. There are some books that I like hear about and I want to read, and I add it to Goodreads and I check Hoopla and I'm like, no, they don't have it. But they have so much. There's so many books I could read. But
they do have a ton. Do you get Libby too?
Yeah, I just haven't really used it much because most of the time it's like there's nothing I'm particularly interested in anymore. But
yeah, I use Libby, but I usually use Libby after I run out of Hoopla credits because I don't have as much that I want to read. But now with that I got Audible Plus, I probably will maybe use it a little bit more sparingly. But I'm glad it's there. I always know it's a backup if I really need to find something to read.
Yeah. I'm hoping I can get through this book pretty quickly. It's 468 pages, so it's probably going to take me a while. But, I mean, it's the audiobook, I feel like it said it's just above 14 hours. Like, and I didn't even realize I was at the pace of 175. Like, I'm doing just fine reading it because I think I could do 2 times speed and read it, but you know what? I'm probably just gonna keep it at 1.75, and like it's just working for me. Like I've been doing with the read-alongs 1.25 or 1.5, but 1.75 is working pretty well with this one, which is good. Like I said, reading such a long book, it's like I don't know, man.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night about our like speeds and stuff. I feel like 1.5 is the most common speed that I use, but they're depending on the book. I can speed it up or sometimes slow it down. If they have an accent, and I said this last night, if it's somebody that has an accent that's like really different from what I'm used to hearing, I have to slow it to like 1.25 or so. But depending, there are some books I can listen to at like 1.8 or whatever. And Gisela, I think, was one that said she listens at like 2.0 or 2.5. But I think that she said it was like for rereads, maybe. But I think that's incredible. I can't. That's way too fast for me. I wish I could because then I would get through even more books. But that's incredible. But I think 1.5 is generally like my go-to speed.
Yeah, 1.75 really works for me with Cinder since it was so stinking long. and I was bored by the book. Eventually, I just went to 2 times speed. What was also nice was because it was an audiobook on YouTube, you just hit the caption and it turns out it actually had the words. Most of the audiobooks on YouTube though, it doesn't have that. But I did that around the end and like I was able to follow it. It just was not the book for me. I I really don't understand the hype of that book.
I didn't even know that there were audiobooks on YouTube and you can speed it up.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Your speed. Yes, you can speed it up. Yep.
I
Yeah,
just
you
have
can
never.
speed up videos on YouTube, and now with Netflix, you can speed it up.
Really? I
Yep.
didn't know that
Yeah.
either.
There's a new feature on Netflix that does that too.
So, like, you speed up the movie or TV show?
Yep.
That is interesting.
I don't know why you would want to do that though. I
Yeah,
guess if
no, I
you're
can
dealing with a
look.
really slow movie, but then your dialogue is like blah blah blah, blah. So I don't fully get that, you know.
Yeah, I don't think I would like that on anything but audiobooks. I
Yeah,
don't think I like
exactly.
that on TV or movies.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be.
I definitely don't get it. But I don't know.
But I'm sure somebody does, so it's kind of cool that they do it.
Yeah, I'm sure there are people. I yeah, I don't yeah, I don't know. You know, there's probably some genius to it. It just doesn't make sense to me.
You know, how I always talk about the Golden Girls. I will tell you that the author that I interviewed yesterday, his first job at 24 years old was writing for the Golden Girls.
Oh,
I was so excited when I read that and then got to talk to him yesterday. Oh my God, I was so excited. I was like, what are
cool.
the odds right now? I'm pretty sure he may have thought that I fangirled out for a minute, but I did not care because I was just when I read that, it was so funny because it's the name that they write under, it's a brother and sister writing team. But I didn't know that because they don't use two names. They just use Lee Hollis, which is both their middle names. And so I didn't know that about him. And so I went and looked it up before I was talking to him. And I like read it about the Golden Girls and he wrote for the Golden Girls. I like was like, and my husband's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, the guy I'm interviewing. And he's like, oh, Lord, have mercy. He's like, we'll still ask him about the books. That's why they're coming. I'm like, we'll see. No, just kidding.
Yeah,
It was so amazing.
that's cool. So
Yeah.
Giselle said, yeah, regular listening, I go with 1.5, but for rereads, I go 2.0 and above. I just can't really do rereads. The only book I reread was yeah, I've only done like two books as a reread. I think maybe I reread a book before to be ready for the series, but I feel like I've never actually fully accomplished a reread like that. Like The Fifth Wave is one of my all-time favorite books, and I was ready for the sequel, and I was just too bored when I was trying to get into the book. And I'm kind of wondering if I even like the book anymore, which is disappointing. I only have two books I've rated 5 stars, and if I don't like that, who am I?
Oh, goodness gracious. No, I really think that maybe you just haven't found your genre.
Yeah, I
Or
don't
your
know.
niche within that genre or something along that line.
Yeah, I don't know, because I mean, I've done sci-fi, I've done contemporary. Sometimes I do fantasy. I mean, one of them won. I mean, 3 stars, but yeah, I'm hoping I can find some because I do like plot-driven books. It's just a world being built. I'm like, I don't care. Just like how I don't care in movies, the cinematography. I don't care. I just want to get to what we're actually here to watch. You know, establishing shots. No thanks.
Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, I think that once you find what, is a really good area for you, then you'll be good to go. I mean, I guess. I mean, I don't know, but yeah, don't ever try cozy mysteries because
Would it be too heartbreaking for me to just go ahead and demolish your genre?
it would be too heartbreaking for me.
That's what I'm saying. It'd be too
Oh.
heartbreaking for you to hear me trash your genre or say
It would
something
be.
terrible about it.
It would be.
I just read one just for you and be like, this is for you, Tiffany. I read this just so I could rant and break your heart.
Oh, that you I don't think that's hilarious. I was gonna say something about what we were just talking about and now I forgot. Oh, rereads. I don't read a lot of rereads ever either. I mean, there's a couple that I've reread, and then like I'm going to reread a cozy mystery because somebody else that has not read it, I'm gonna buddy read with a couple other people, and it's been years since I read it, so it'll be like reading it. You know what I mean? I won't remember it all. I mean, I'll remember the character. It's a series anyway, so I know the characters and all that, but like the specifics or anything like that, I'll have no idea. So it'll be fine. But in general, I don't reread a lot of books either, just because there's too many new books I want to read to mess around with reading a book that I've already read.
Yeah, exactly. Like I have so many books. So I tallied up the books I have yet to read on my physical TBR. Right now I'm at 55 books, including the one I just started reading. If I can get through it, that'd be pretty cool. So I have 55 books, and given my pace last year and how I'm doing this year, I feel like I could get them all done. If I actually, if I'm dedicated to just reading that. Like part of me is kind of like, oh, Hoopla has these books. It's like, you have the time, And I just think it'd be cool to finish all these books.
Yeah, it would be amazing. I've seen a lot of people have that goal. Like, I'm going to finish what's on my TBR. And I could never have that goal because the last time I looked, my TBR is all digital on Goodreads since I don't buy books. And I think it was like 5,000 as of yesterday. You want to read 5,000 books? I'm like, I'm going to live forever.
Here's all you got to do. All you got to do is you always have one little earbud in all hours of the day. And while you're sleeping, you technically are reading it, I guess. But yeah, you dream the whole sequence of how they're describing it in the dialogue, and you see the characters, and you're like, they're real. It's like, no, you're hallucinating the good old book you're reading.
That would be really fun, though.
Yeah.
Giselle said, oh, it's not very often that I reread the whole book. I use it when I don't remember the last chapter. That's smart. That's smart. I usually go back and look at like Goodreads, like either my review or the synopsis. And usually the synopsis is enough to at least like jog my memory. I'm like, oh yeah.
Yeah, there is like I said, my goal is to accomplish my physical TBR, and part of it though is there's this one series, well, technically there's two series I have where it's like I'm halfway through the series, so it's like I kind of have to go back to the series and like read it. What is cool is with one of these series, maybe the other series too, is available on Hoopla on audiobook, and I'm like, yo, I can do the physical book and the audiobook too. I can make this work. I don't know how it's going to go being 20 years old and going back to something I read when I was 14. And even that, I was like, I'm too old for this. So I don't know how I'm going to do with that. But
what series is that?
It is the Hush Hush series by Becca Fitzpatrick. I've read her books. She's just not that good. The only reason I read the series is because one of the characters happens to have my last name, and I'm like, you know what? That's cool. I like that. But that was like the only reason why I read it. It went, like, I don't know. It just wasn't the series for me. Like, I know, that genre because it came out in like 2009 or something. That genre is kind of outdated. when I read it in like 2015, 2014, but it was like, I guess I'll give it a try. It's definitely not for me, but I'm like, well, I have the whole series, so.
What is the genre?
The genre is supernatural because it's about this guy who is formerly an angel but fell in love. Did he fall in love? There was something he did where he became a fallen angel, and then he had a plan to kill this girl so that he could become human, but then he fell in love with her instead. So.
Okay. I think Gisela read it, she said.
Yeah, I see that. What do you think of it, Gisela? Yeah, yeah. I don't know. Some of these books I feel like I still definitely have to read young adult. Like some of these books I've read adult books, but it's definitely not for me. And like some of the content they have in books, not that I'm saying adult books can't have chill content and, sweet content, but so far the books I've read, the books I've gotten, I'm like, eh. Because there's this one book I read in January that I talk about in my video that's supposed to come out tomorrow that is an adult book, and they don't act like adults at all. Like they're so middle school acting. I'm like, this is such a joke. What is happening?
Oh, goodness gracious. So, what's the other series?
The other series, it's called Virals. It's this middle grade book. I'm very disappointed in myself. I read the first book, and for some reason, I happen to have a gift card to Amazon, and I'm like, oh, let me get the sequel. You didn't even really like the first one. Why did you do that? And so I still have it. It's like these kids, I don't know what happens to them. It's been too long since I've read it. It was like 2013. It was like they had wolf powers. They turned into wolves or something. Not werewolves. They turned into wolves. I think that's what happened. Something happened. It was like some sort of like science experiment, and these kids, I don't know. It was something like that. And it's have you ever seen the show Bones?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's that the author of that book is this author. And then her son co-authors this sequel, which I've never read, and I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever read, but I'm officially ready to speed through this book. It's so good, but I don't want to burn myself out. Yeah, that's a problem too.
I'm glad you're liking it though. That's so good when you're reading a book that you think is like so good that you just don't want to stop reading. That's always an amazing feeling.
For sure.
That is awesome. Do you want to do another sprint at 35?
Yeah, let's do it. It works out because I still have, with these banners, it still has it saved, and I can just show or hide it. So I'm like, hey, I don't even have to work on it anymore.
There you go. And that way Uniquely can continue reading her book. We love that.
Yeah, exactly. It's so nice. Yeah, I don't know. I've been just looking at this book on my shelves, and I'm always like, I mean, it's dark, it's brown, I mean, it's a little bit lighter when you actually look at it like this, but most of the time I'm like, oh, well, I tried to read this once and it seemed kind of boring, but now that I'm actually doing the audiobook, I'm kind of happy to see this book now, and I'm like, I think that could be fun, which is kind of wild, because usually I'm kind of like, I'm going to give a book a try. And there's not so much enthusiasm. But this time I might actually have some fun with it, which would be cool.
That's awesome. I hope you do. Giselle said I enjoyed it. I think this is the Hush Hush, but it was recommended to me as a middle grades, and I don't think it should at least be YA.
Well, technically when it's high school age, like that's how it's supposed to be. It depends on the age of the characters. But yeah. Probably, yeah. I just don't remember enough of the series, but
I knew what you meant, Gisela. You're good. When we first, I'm gonna shut my camera because I got to go change the laundry as soon as we
Yeah.
go into a
Okay.
ring sprint.
Well, it is 35, so we're gonna come back at 05, guys.
All right, enjoy, everyone.
All right, guys, how are your sprints? Hey guys, how are your sprints?
Mine was really good.
That's good. I find it. Oh yeah. I find it funny. I actually had a bookmark of where I had stopped. I thought I had gotten rid of it, but now I'm at the point that I had stopped at. So now I'm up to page 40. So
Are you still enjoying it?
It just the point I'm at right now, I'm kind of whatever with. I hope there's more interesting things. I think the world is interesting because, like, you know, it's a totally different society and they have to make certain rules and technique, and the the smaller society that's more killing people and being a little crazy. They believe the whole thing with the Hope Act where they're forcing the girls to get pregnant. I mean, that's the only way they can hope to get the population going, though. And they're considering it fascism and stuff like that. And it's like, we can't focus on that right now. You got to focus on making people happen. You're trying your best here, but
Gotcha. Sophia said, giving my son a bath and putting him to bed. Be back soon. Hopefully. We hope so too, Sophia. But yeah, I mean, the kiddo's got to get to sleep. Gisela, I was cracking up. If you saw me laughing at the end of the sprint, I was cracking up at Gisela's comment about decision has been made next Halloween. I'm dressing my dog up as Jethro, which Tiffany is a pet pig in the series.
Is that the pig you said? You said you think the pig did it?
Yeah. And I'll be Juliet, which is the pig's owner. Oh my God, that is hysterical. That is so funny, Gisela. And I approve. I think that would be amazing as a costume. Tell us how your sprints went. We would love to hear that as well. Uniquely, tell us about your sprint. She was like wanting to buzz through her book because it was so good. So we want to hear how that is now.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you get a chance to check out your video, work on that at all, or no?
I did. I worked on the second video a little bit. Yeah. So
yeah, I'm just hoping I can actually get my video uploaded. There's not like much else I can delete, and it's not like I'm gonna delete my video. I worked so hard on it.
Right. Yeah, that's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it'd be that big.
Yeah, it really shouldn't. I don't get it says 75 gigabytes. Like, I still don't understand why. And I don't have much on this computer. So, oh well. Hopefully I can figure it out.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm so proud of you for doing so many videos. Like, you came back to it and now you're on it.
Yes. And thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy. Yesterday was very productive. I woke up and I'm like, you know what? Let's do this. And I filmed the video, and at first I was not too sure about how I was looking, and it's like, who cares how you look? It matters what you're saying. And so I and I fixed the thing too. I changed the color grade where it looks a little bit better, and it's just, I like perfected the video. Like, it looks and it is so good, and I'm very looking forward to having it out.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Gisela said she finished another chapter. That's awesome. That's a good reading sprint right there.
Yeah,
Most
I
definitely.
had done that too. I'd finished the chapter, but yeah, it's gonna take a while to get this book done.
Yeah, 460 or whatever it was, 400 and whatever. That's a good sized book.
Yeah. And then not only that, I hold on. What? So it ends at 468, and that has acknowledgments, and then it goes selections from the archives, and I'm like, why is there so much just for the archives? But okay, I don't know if that's like extra or required because it has the ending at 468, then the acknowledgments, then it gets to the selection of archives. I'm like, is it part of the book or not? I don't know.
It'll be interesting. Maybe it's like footnotes and I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like it's almost like, yeah, like it's like a document, and then yeah, we got notes, documents. Yeah, basically it's just like documents from it, I guess.
Interesting.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be 2076, and it talks about the creatures. So I guess it's just bonus stuff if you want to see that or something. Huh? Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, go ahead.
oh no. I was gonna say, every once in a while, like even cozy mystery series will like include like a map of the town or stuff like that, and I'm sure they do that a lot in fantasy because that would make sense to do. I always think that's interesting to look at and look through.
Yeah, with Snow Like Ashes, I know they had a map. I don't think Red Queen did. As far as I remember, they didn't. And then in the Evil Queen, they did. They had a map. I don't know, the map was kind of squiggly, and I was just not too impressed with the map. But also, I don't really focus on the map. Like in Snow Like Ashes, there was actually a reason for it, because it's like there were so many kingdoms, and it's like, well, I gotta be sure I understand these territories.
Yeah.
Eventually I was like, dude, I don't care. I'm done.
That's funny. Yeah, that's the thing about fantasy too. I just think there'd be too much going on sometimes for me. I mean, I'm really not just a fantasy sci-fi gal. I just know that about myself. But there would just be creating a whole new world. That's incredibly, I mean, mind-boggling that somebody can create something like that. But learning all of their magic and all of their whatever fantastical elements, and like you're saying, different kingdoms, and sometimes who can do what, I'd be like, okay, that's too much.
Yeah, that's kind of, even though I did like enjoy Red Queen, it was kind of like all the silvers, because it was divided between red blood and silver blood. They're like, oh, these people have these abilities, and this is an ability, and this and that, and they had colors. They had colors to like, confirm what it was. Like they would always specify what they were by name, though. I didn't remember what the power was. They would keep on bringing out nymphs, and I'm like, what? And then they talk about water, and I'm like, oh, but they gotta specify again. They just say water power. That's what they should say. But yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think most people would remember the like names like that. Maybe, but I'd be more like you. Just tell me the power.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna ask, so with this book, it is written by a guy, and I happen to be, because I happen to see, read with Cindy, she had statistics for, or her stats for what she's read throughout the years, and I decided to go ahead and put stats for what I've read in 2021. And one of the stats is how many books written by a girl I've read and how many books read by a guy. And so far, it's like two of the 21 books I've read by a guy. And I'm just kind of curious, do you read much written by a guy, or is it more just you read ones by a girl?
Hardly ever do I read books by a man, only
Yeah.
because cozy mysteries generally are written by females and generally romance are written by females. And that's really all I read. But it's so funny that you asked that right now because I just finished a book that's a cozy mystery series by a man and I loved it. I'm so excited to read the rest of the series. I really enjoyed it. But I hardly ever, and like I said, it's just because of the genres I read. But I hope, what I'm hoping is in general, both of those genres get more diverse in terms of authors, in terms of characters, in terms of all that stuff, particularly cozy mysteries. And I don't think it's that people don't want it to be diverse. I think it's just what it is right now, you know, but I think that there's room for it to grow. And so I'm really excited. And so I enjoyed the author that I did read that was a male.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so far it's just reading like a book, which is good because sometimes I don't know if you've seen those posts they do where it shows how a man writes a woman and it's like so not what a woman does or is, and it's like, dude, why are you writing so terribly? That's not even close to accurate. How would an editor just be like, this is fine? It's like, no.
In the comments, let us know that because I think that's an interesting statistic that I you know, do you read like a good mixture of male to female authors? Do you read mostly one or the other? The other thing that I noticed about my reading that I'd like to make more diverse is I don't read a lot of authors that like, I mean, I do, don't get me wrong, but like particularly British authors. I want to read more British authors. And I think it's because I'm got in my head like the old English type of writing, like Jane Austen and stuff like that. And although I think those books are amazing, I don't think I'd want to read a book like that on like, you know, just any day of the week. Like I'd have to, that's like more of a like a commitment than like I'm wanting to make just for fun reading. But I don't think it's that case. I think that's just in my head. I know it's just in my head. So I'd like to you know, branch out a little bit more in that area too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I had never thought about that. I need to start paying attention to that. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see, for sure.
Now, before I read only cozy mysteries and I read some other like general mystery stuff before I started realizing that I wasn't going to sleep at night. Um, a lot of the mystery series I did read were written by men. Like I liked James Patterson again until I realized that I wasn't able to sleep and just had to stop. Good writer. He was a man. Dean Koontz, you know. So a lot of the general mystery books that I was reading were written by men. But since I don't read those anymore because they scared the bejesus out of me, you know, it's mostly been women. That's interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, even the books I own, not just this book. I have, like I said, that one book that was co-authored with a guy, but is primarily written by a girl. I only have a select few that are written by a guy. So, but I'm guessing they probably write more adult books, probably adult fantasy. Not to say they can't write young adult, just it's more a woman's game.
Right now.
Yeah. Yeah.
But and you know, I don't know enough about YA fantasy to really comment on it. I'm just saying like I'm always hoping that things will branch out, you know. So there, have you heard of Book Siren?
No.
So it's another website, and you go and you take this little survey that kind of asks you what your genres are and that stuff. And then you give them permission to export your or import. I don't know what that would be. Export, import, whatever that is. Your Goodreads.
Yeah.
And then it'll send you all sorts of statistics, like what you're talking about: men, women, authors, diverse characters, diverse authors, different all these other things. And then it will send you like arcs based upon that.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's called
That
Book
is
Siren.
so cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that site out.
Yeah, Book Siren.
Ooh.
But it does a lot of statistics that like I would never even think about. So it's really cool. And it tells you like what percentage you are within that statistic as opposed to like the average reader or the average, I guess, reader on there, and all sorts of things. And it only takes like a day, maybe 2 days after is it import or export? I don't know what it is. Your stuff from Goodreads. And then it'll start like offering you arcs based upon that.
That is so cool.
Yeah. It's a really interesting site.
Is it free?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh, that sounds so cool. I'm gonna have to. Oh my gosh. See?
No, I've never done an arc with it.
Me with so many good book sites ideas. Oh man. Now I'm still looking forward to that. That sounds so cool. Because I finally put out my my NetGalley review on Excuse Me While I Ugly Cry, and I talked about it in my January wrap up. But
good.
I'm very happy with that. I did that less than a week ago, so I finally was like, you know what? You did a pretty concise review. You don't have to be all concerned about it. Don't procrastinate on it. Just put it out, and I'm pleased with it. It's pretty good. And then one of the books I finished, but like I don't really have any recollection of it. I'm like, how am I gonna do a review on this one? I'm gonna have to try my best. But
yeah, that's hard when it's when you don't really, like I said, I always have to kind of go back and jog my memory and look. I will say, so Book Siren is free to get all those statistics, and they show you books and offer. I don't know what the process is after that point. I've never like accepted one of the arcs. So I don't know if it's just like a review. I don't know if there's a fee at that point, just to kind of let you know. But I'm not saying there is or not. I'm saying I don't know what the process is at that point. But nothing that I've ever done so far on it or anything like that is a fee.
That's cool. That's
really
cool. Absolutely.
I just like how it breaks down all the statistics. I think it's really neat to kind of to look through that and see your writing patterns or your reading patterns.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I think it'd be interesting if Johara or Spicy Miso is here because they're writers. I wonder what they kind of think about like those sort of statistics and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've done the statistics. Let me see what I have up here. So I have it overall the amounts, and then what format: audiobooks, physical books, ebooks, audio with physical book, and then I have what I've rated it, the race, the gender, and then what genre the book is.
Is most of the genre? What is your statistics for that?
Okay, let's check that again. I have it is 2 romance books, 4 sci-fi books, 2 fantasy books, 12 contemporaries, and 1 paranormal book.
Okay. So a good majority is contemporary.
Yeah. And it is, as I think might be possible, like, I like it easy because you don't have to world build because it's the world. And then, but it's possible I really do need serious plot driven. Like, I do like action adventure, just too much world building, and I'm out. But I, now that I'm getting more into fantasy, I might be able to do it. I'll see.
So the five, because almost everything that you've told me about reading, like you have at one point DNF'd and come back to. You're 5 stars, like the Fifth Element you said was a 5-star read,
The
right?
fifth wave. The fifth
Oh,
wave.
sorry, the Fifth Wave.
You're good.
Did you read that at one time, or did you originally DNF it and come back to it?
I read it in one time, and then with Angel Fall, my other 5-star read, I read it in one time. Yeah, those books I read right away. Most of the time, I can just read a book, even books I'm not down with, but there are some books where it's just too boring to keep going.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the books that are the 2 books that I have at 5 stars, I read The Fifth Wave in 2013, so I was 12, and then with Angel Fall, I read that in 2016, so I was 15. And it's like,
wait. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, now that I'm 20, it's like, can I find another 5-star read? Time will tell, I guess.
Oh, so you've only given 2 5-star reads ever?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of the time because it used to be I could rate something a certain level, but yeah, like 4-star, you have to really impress me. But 5 is, if anyone says anything criticizing, I'm gonna have to beat someone up. Like, how dare you insult my book?
Yeah, 2 ever. That's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very harsh with my critiques, but there was one book that I have rated at 4 stars. It's called The Immortal Rules by Julie Kagawa. I read one of her books, and I have another one of her books. I just don't like her writing most of the time, but that was the first one I read, The Immortal Rules, and that was so good. It was like this society where the leaders were vampires, and then the lower people were humans. Sometimes some humans were a little above because they were like servants, or they were soldiers or something like that. And she becomes a vampire, and it's just such a good story. But and like another thing, maybe not the Fifth Wave, it maybe doesn't have a specific scene, but with Angel Fall and The Immortal Rules, they both have a specific scene that is just so good that I just go back just to that part. I'll go just to that part to read that part, and they're just both so good with how some of the writing is just so good.
So, have you ever tried to go and read another one of that author's books that you liked so much?
So with like I said, with Julie Kagawa, I tried one of her books, like her first series, I think, or at least as far as I've been told, her first series, The Iron King. I read that through audiobook. That was one of my first audiobooks, and I was very disappointed. I did not like that. I mean, fantasy versus it being kind of, it was more like urban fantasy with The Immortal Rules, because you're still on Earth and you just happen to deal with vampires, versus this one, it's got a talking cat, and there's creatures, and I was just not down. And it was more about her going from place to place, and it's like, that's not what I'm here for. I don't care about that. And then, like I said, I have one of her other books. Was Susan E. I don't know if she's written anything. She got her Angel Fall series. It was self-published using Amazon. So the what was it? Skyscape. So that's how she published it. So I think that's all she's written. And then Rick Yancey. I tried to read the sequel to Fifth Wave. I couldn't get into it, but I haven't tried anything of his.
Gotcha. I was so shocked about your 2 5 stars. Just so that's not very surprising to me because our average is 1.4. I think my average is 3.86.
Yeah, very different from mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing too. One of the things on Goodreads is it's like, oh, well, we can recommend you a book. Just go ahead and start rating books. And so provide you. And so, like, some of the books, I'm kind of just like adding all the books I've read. And like, there's nothing too impressive. So I'm like, 1 star, 1 star, 1 star. And it kind of ruins the average too. But it's also like, this is who I am. I'm not a very high rater unless I'm really impressed with the book. Like, another thing too, excuse me why Ugly Cry was the first book I did for NetGalley, and I'm like, what if I don't like it? Will they be mad at me for giving, a bad start? But it wasn't, like, it was okay. It was an enjoyable enough book. It's probably more of a 2 star read, but I'm like, okay, 3 stars is fine. It was fun, I guess. So, yeah. I mean, I'll just leave it at 3 stars for NetGalley, but I might change it for my Goodreads. I don't know yet, because it's like, it was okay, but it's definitely not something where I'm like, oh, I enjoyed that book. Because that's more what I do for 3 star. But
Are you that harsh of a critic, like for like other things like TV, movies, music?
I would say with movies and TV shows, let me think. I don't rate. I don't rate for movies and TV shows. I used to do it when I used to really be on IMDb, but not anymore. Technically, like, trashy movies or movies that are not stellar. Like, my movies are blockbusters. I love blockbusters, and I like comedies for TV shows. And maybe it's not the best out there, but like, and sometimes there's guilty pleasure. But I wouldn't say I'm anything like how I am with reading. I really need to be impressed, for a book.
Gotcha. So, like, what are your favorite TV shows or guilty pleasures or something?
Well, my favorite TV shows, I used to like The Office, but I've just seen it so many times. I'm kind of over it. Right now I've been watching Chuck. Have you heard of that show?
I've heard of it, but I don't know too much. I mean,
Yeah, so I could just give you a quick little description on it. So basically, there's this guy, Chuck. He works at the Buy More, which is basically Best Buy. And one day he gets sent this email from his old college roommate, and it's all these pictures, but it's encoded with government secrets. So the computer basically goes in his head. And so if he sees somebody or something, some sort of file or image, he can recall and have the knowledge of the government secrets and everything. And so he goes on action adventures with 2 spies, one from the NSA and one from the CIA. It's a really good show. It's a very cool, spoofy sort of spy show comedy. It's a lot of fun.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and then another show I really like is Stranger Things. That's a really good show.
My husband really likes Stranger Things.
Have you watched it?
I haven't, but isn't it kind of paranormally or sci-fi or stuff like that? Yeah. Yeah, I leave that for him, and he really likes that. So
yeah, it's a show that's cool because it has like the comfort of the 80s, but it has it kind of has horror elements, so might not be your thing, but it's a cool show. I definitely enjoy it. I've rewatched season 1 like a billion times. Season 2 a little bit. Season 3 I only watched it once, even though I was really impressed with it. I thought it was more mature and grown up, but I think that season 1 is definitely its strongest season.
yeah, it's really popular. I know a lot of people who really love it.
Yeah, definitely. That's another thing too that's so disappointing. You see Netflix originals expecting something as good as Stranger Things, and then you see their Netflix originals, and it's like, oh no, what are you guys doing? You know, sometimes they really mess up. But I'm looking forward to that young adult fantasy uh, TV show series that's coming, Shadow and Bone, in April. That should be cool.
People are like
Yes.
crazy about it. I don't know anything about it. Obviously, it's a book. But I see people like I saw people like watch a trailer and were like bawling, and I was like, man, that's investment right there. Although, I mean, I can get really invested in a book, so I understand that. Like, I get really like, so yeah, no, I get that. But yeah, like really, really into it. I've seen people are ready for it.
Yeah, I know. At least with young adult readers, the book Twitter, they go crazy for Six of Crows. I did read that back in May through audiobook. Oh my gosh, it was so terrible. I'm like, how dare these people tell me this book was good? And then, you know, they try to invalidate people who don't like that book. I'm like, here I am, guys. Come at me. But
Gisela said, I didn't think Stranger Things was scary. I really did. I really enjoyed the 80s vibe. A lot of people like the 80s stuff. My husband does too. That's one of the things he really likes about it.
I was talking about the horror elements, Gisela, in the sense of, like, you know, the Demogorgon, his mouth opens and I mean he eats people, so you know, that's not, and like especially in season 3, there's this the way the creatures are made. I mean, that was hardcore. That was pretty messed up. I mean, like, it's not so scary. It's definitely TV 14, but you know, for some people it might be too much. But it was because I do not like gore, and like watching, yeah, I do not like gore, but like I was kind of okay, and I was like, but yeah, this show is really good. It's definitely enjoyable.
Yeah, like I said, it's a pretty popular one. I hear a lot of people talk about it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I have, even though I have Netflix, I have the well, season 1 and 2, the DVDs. So it's cool how it has like the VHS version of it, and that's how like you open it up and there are the discs, which are cool. And then I have season 1, 2, and 3. I have posters for that. I still have to put posters on my wall. I have one little like summery beach thing just over my bed, but basically I don't have anything on my walls right now.
Yeah, I'm having so we we contracted. We moved to Florida in September of 2019. And then in January of 2020, our house sold in Illinois, and we contracted the same month. So in January, right before the pandemic, to build a house. And so we were already committed, had already put down a huge chunk of money when 2 weeks later the pandemic hit.
Oh man.
It was the craziest experience. Luckily, we're in the house now. It's all good. But like it got bumped so many times that we thought we were going to be homeless. No joke, because we had already given notice to our apartment. They had people moving in. They were like, you can't stay, because we called them the office at the apartment complex we were at. And we're like, hey, can we, pay by the day and stay 2 weeks? Because now they're telling us that, and they're like, they were very nice. It wasn't there. I mean, it was just out of their hands. They're like, we have people moving in, and I'm like, oh my gosh, we're going to be homeless in the middle of this pandemic.
Oh my gosh.
It was so crazy. But we got in in the mid-August. And so I'm having a painting made for this wall right behind me that's white. But like some of the other walls, we did an accent wall, and, there's some stuff over there. We have another accent wall that I kind of tape in front of, and, different stuff. But I still have a lot because I'm just very picky about what I want.
Exactly. Very picky. Yes.
More than anything. So like, that's why I actually ended up going with, I'm having somebody paint a picture for the wall behind me that's blank because I couldn't find one that I like really loved. And the size of the painting that has to be, they're super expensive. Like I'm talking, on Wayfair or Overstock, and even what we end up paying the person to do is several $100s. I'm fine with spending that. Well, I'm not fine with spending that, but I will spend it because I'm not going to have a blank wall. But if I'm going to spend that much, I want to love it. So I was like, okay, I'm going to just have somebody commission and just do it because then I'll love it.
Absolutely.
And somebody I know at my work is so artistic and very good, and she does paintings and stuff, and so she's going to make me one, which I'm very excited about. It reminds me of the Breakfast Club or the Goonies and E.T. mixed together. Now, I love all those things that you just mentioned. Sorry, my husband needs a charger.
Mm.
Do you want to do a sprint soon?
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do it at 45.
Okay. My husband's giving me evil looks because I was using his charger. Not evil, I shouldn't say that. It was a nightmare. Bless you guys for doing it during the pandemic. Yeah, it just happened before we knew it, Gisela, because what are the odds? We had no idea. And we had to cancel pods that we had scheduled. And the moving company, I felt so bad because we had contracted this moving company. How many times did we switch our date for the moving company? You think 3? 3. My husband said 3, 4, 5. It wasn't 4 or 5, but it was, I know 2, possibly 3 times. I just kept having to call him. And I think that there was a lot of people in the same boat as us. I don't think, so, but they were so nice about it. They were amazing, but whew, it was an interesting experience because building a house is like one of those things anyways, let alone when, because our builder at one point called us and was like, we can't get supplies. So we don't know if we're going to be able to use the same supplies. And I was like, I want, no offense, but I want the quality I'm supposed to get. I would rather wait to get what we're supposed to have than, just put whatever because you need like it was,
Yeah.
Right. But it worked out. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, so I see Gisela said moving period is a nightmare. Bless you guys for doing it during this pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah. The house we got was new construction. They're still working on building the houses because it was a neighborhood set up, I think they said in like 2007, 2009, but now they have way more development happening. And then once we saw the house and we had to do, well, I wasn't really a part of it because I was working, but my parents had to do like one of those virtual house visits. And they picked the house. But yeah, it was very weird for them to buy a house without being able to see it. But then again, it's not like they would go to Florida, come back, they wouldn't pay all that money just to, but yeah, coming here, it's still crazy, because if there was a whole sort of thing where you wake up and the pandemic was all a dream, which would be nice, but my life would be so different, I would still be in Illinois shivering and whatnot, so.
Yeah. And our subdivision is the same way. Like we were house number like less than 100, maybe like 80s in the 80s. As far as the house coming in, there might have been, like I said, I think somewhere in there. And now I think there's close to maybe, what do you think, 200 houses out here? But they said that there's going to be like 3,000 or something. So, and there is a ton of construction going on. It's incredible how much construction they're doing.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we've had so much construction. And that's another thing too. We've really only moved twice now. And this one was so stressful. It was a lot. And now I understand to hear people say, oh, I moved. It was so much work. And I'm like, psh, okay. It is. It is really hard.
It's a nightmare. Like Gisela said, that's the perfect word for it. So, all
Absolutely.
right. It's
So
45.
let's
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
shut down.
Yeah.
I'll shut off to you to run to the restroom and then I'll be right back.
All right.
Happy reading.
All right. How are your
Hello.
sprints?
It was really good. I moved outside because it was just too nice out to pass up. It is so nice.
Absolutely. Looks nice out there. Yeah, I was kind of like, because I only have my fan going and because it's pretty hot in here, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna go on a walk today. I'm definitely gonna do that.
Yeah, it is. It is incredibly nice. I saw Gisela say she also moved in her house to new construction and it got delayed 2 or 3 months. That is miserable. I think all of
Whoa.
us can relate. Sounds like Tiffany, myself, all of us kind of had that. Oh, I
Fortunately,
didn't
there
want to
was
move for a very long time.
yeah. Fortunately, there was no delay, but I'm sure there could have been. You know, like it happened to be when we saw the house, it was already done. But you know, now that would be hard. That'd be hard to deal with. I mean, these people are fast, but that's the thing too. We kept on having to get people to come in here because of the new construction, and there would be issues. They didn't even do the shower right. If you try to turn it on hot, it'd be cold. They quickly fixed it when we talked to them, but it was a major shock to the system. It's like that's not how it works.
Yeah, that would be a major shock.
I was like, how dare they do this to me? No. Hmm. Yeah. So progress I've made. I got to 49 pages. It hasn't hit me yet. I'm kind of like whatever. I feel like something like this, like I do like post-apocalyptic stories, stories with that sort of thing of being abandoned and everything or whatever, or it's very isolated. But I just feel like so far this is more of like a movie kind of thing, which I wish it was more in movie format. I'd be able to just watch it and be done. And this one take me 14 hours. I mean, maybe it's not going to actually take me 14 hours reading it at 1.75 speed, but I'm still like, I'm still reading it. I don't know. I just got to give it a chance. I'm only, just before 50 pages. I got to give it some more time.
Nice. I finished my second edit on my second video, and then I finished about I don't know 10 minutes or so in my audiobook. It says I have about 2 hours left. I can't see the minutes because it's too small. My eyes are just too bad to see that. But 2 hours and something.
Yeah. Gisela finished one more chapter.
Yeah, one more chapter. I'm so glad you are liking that series. It makes me so happy. So, so happy.
Yeah, that's so wild though, Gisela. I finished a chapter again too. Man, yeah. It is nice to have shorter chapters. You just kind of, read through. But oh, no one has died yet. I'm 4 chapters in. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? Could I just say, quickly going with what she said, 4 chapters in and no one's dead yet. I've already got like 3 dead people, so and I only just hit chapter 5.
Yeah, I don't know how you feel about this, Gisela, but I like the murders. So, Cozy Mysteries, there's always a murder, Tiffany. I'm sure you know that. But I mean, just saying, like every book is a murder. And I like them to happen not on page 1, but by chapter 2. Now, I mean, don't get me wrong. The series she's reading is one of my all-time favorites. I think in general, usually most of this series is kind of like the books. The murder happens earlier than chapter 4, but but I prefer my murders to be closer to the beginning because otherwise, I'm like, what are we doing here? Like we're
Well, that's the whole problem with books where you see the description, you've read the description, you're like, okay, let's get into it. And it takes forever to get there, almost halfway through, and then it happens. It's like, what has this all been about? If you wanted to talk about that, have a little novella, then your book. And then we won't read that part, but at least you have it available. And let's actually get into the meat of the story. I just don't like where it takes so long for you to actually get into the action.
Yeah. Sophia's laughing. Both of those two, Sophia and Gisela, read a lot of cozy mysteries. Do you guys like your murders to happen like me, like closer to the very beginning? Some people don't mind either way. Some people, I prefer it to be closer to the beginning. I'm going to put my hair up because it keeps blowing in my face.
I like them TV show style. The murder happens in the opener.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, it just makes more sense to get right into it. Like, why you gotta take so long to establish what happens?
It's weird that I prefer that, though, to be honest with you, because even though it's a murder mystery, the murder mystery a lot of times is on the back burner for me. And what I really like about the book is the other stuff, like the things that are going on in the town and the characters and what's going on with them. So it's funny that I want my murder to happen in the beginning, because sometimes, like I said, it's a back for me. So that's interesting.
All right. Now that you're outside, it's kind of glitching. I'm like, can I hear you?
Oh, is it?
A little bit.
Is it glitching?
A little bit.
Oh, okay. I can move back in. Let me.
Oh.
Tell me if it glitches again and I'll move back in. Is it doing it on a regular basis?
You're good now. It had been glitching for a bit. Hopefully it stays like this.
Yeah, let me know if it does again, because I don't even notice. There's been a time yesterday where I was inside, but I, lost connection. It came right back on. But yeah, let me know.
Yeah. Do you know what Giselle is saying right there? I'm confused. We now it happening, so let's go. You know.
I think she's saying it happened now. Like she's finally seen read the murder.
Oh,
I got
it. I think you're right. Okay. Oh, I didn't even see. I'm so sorry, Sophia. I didn't see that. I'm not reading. I am listing all my Kindle books in my notebook because I have no idea what titles I have on it. All right.
Gotcha. I probably need to do that, but I don't want to take the time to do it. And I'm not organized enough to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you don't have any physical books? You had said you really have it where like library books, borrowing.
I probably in total maybe have 20 physical books, because I used to have a ton. And then because I used to buy a lot of books. And then before we moved from Illinois, I had stopped buying books, but I still had a ton. I had a huge bookshelf that was stacked full. But when we moved to Florida,
yeah, your husband like had an issue with the books. He's like,
we are not moving all these books, and they were all books I'd read, so I totally got it.
Did you do anything with it? Did you try to make money from them, or was it just you're like, I'm gonna give them away to people?
I donated them to Goodwill.
Okay. Yeah. I counted the books I've read, and it's like 100 something. So I have 100 whatever physical books, and then I have 55 books. So I'm glad that my what I've read is more than what I have to read. That way I've like actually been properly reading. Like I have 3 books that aren't with me right now because I have them on pre-order. 2 of them are coming in May and one's coming in August. And I ordered them in February, so it's gonna be a while. But yeah, I just would really like to see my physical TBR, dwindle and
that's amazing
progress.
I think that's a good goal. Sophia said bloody NetGalley. It's evil. LOL. I feel you. I don't know exactly what they did, but I feel you.
Yeah, I thought that I would want to do NetGalley, and I saw people on it, and I'm like, that I felt the FOMO, and I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and set it up. And you know what? It's just too much pressure. I want to read what I want to read when I want to read it. And I don't want the pressure of doing a review. If I feel motivated to do a review, I'll do it, you know? But yeah, it's definitely something that now that I've done it, I'm like, you know what? You don't need to do this. So I'm gonna read the books I have in NetGalley, review them, but that's probably all I'm gonna do.
Yeah, I don't know. I really have. I've banned myself and I haven't even logged on because inevitably I will order more books. Then I can't do that. I cannot do it. And I'm like you. I never know what I want to read until that moment. So
Well, that's how I feel too. Most of the time, I'm like, let me decide to pick this book. And that's what happens. I pick a book that I'm like, I force myself to try it. And I'm like, well, I'm done with that. And then I actually find something. I'm like, okay, let's give this a chance. I'm hoping this book I can actually do it. I shall see, but it's definitely going to be some commitment to do.
and NetGalley, certain publishers always denied me. they were always like, no. And it might have just been that I hadn't done. It might have been I hadn't done enough, reviews or something like that. Is that what's going on, Sophia? Why is NetGalley evil? I mean, they are. I feel you. I'm just saying, what is your your current predicament with NetGalley?
Yeah. I signed up for it and left it on day one because it was very overwhelming. Agreed, Giselle. It's so hard.
Yes. And it is so easy to fall down the rabbit hole. It feels like you've sold your soul. That's how I feel. Like they're holding me in the palm of their hand or something.
Oh, no.
I'm like, NetGalley owns me right now. Yeah. But they do have a lot of cozy mysteries. So when you're a cozy mystery fan, it's hard because they do put a lot of cozy mysteries on there. So you can read them early, which is always fun. But yeah, I just don't ever know what I want to read and when I want to read it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I was thinking, what if since we've gone for 3 hours and 23 minutes, at 3:30 we kind of end it for the 4 hours and we do a sprint at 3 hours and 30 minutes, and then we do the 3 hours, kind of wrap it up quickly and then end off.
Okay, so you want to do one more sprint?
Yeah. Just one last sprint, and then that's kind of like it.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. How long do you want to do the sprint?
So we'll do 30 minutes. Like I said, we'll start when the live hits at 3 hours and 30 minutes. So that's almost 6 minutes from now. So
okay. I'm loving Hoopla and Libby right now. Me too.
Yes!
I love Hoopla.
So good. Yeah. I'm kind of disappointed in myself because I was trying to figure out what I wanted to borrow. Like I said, I had 12 credits. I still haven't done any credits from March.
That's incredible.
I have the 12 credits, and then but with the 12 credits for February, I just went ahead and took a few. Like I said, I only have like 6-7 days left with the books that I have. So this is one of the books that has the audiobook. So I kind of want to do that. There's one more physical book I have, and then a couple that are I don't have any physical copy of. So I'm like, I want to get to it, but I don't know. I thought I would be interested in the books that I borrowed, but it turns out there's not too many I'm actually interested in. So I'm like, it's not a big deal. It's not like I'm paying for them, and I can go ahead and borrow them again. It's not such a big deal if I waste a credit,
Sophia, you and I are on the same playing field with NetGalley. That's why I banned myself. Right there is the stuff that you just said. Like, I ordered too many books, and every time I get on, I order more. And instead of them cutting, I have no self-control. I need limitations apparently, like when it comes to books. Like I feel like they should be a bartender. Like, you know, at the end of the night, the bartender's like, okay, you've had too much to drink. We can't serve you anymore. This I feel like NetGalley needs to do that. They're like, you know what? You're cut off, you're at your limit, you know, and they don't. And I have no self-control, Sophia. I totally feel what you just wrote.
Do you then like that little tagline some people say, I have no shelf control?
I feel it. I don't have any. I don't. I really need, you know, somebody like setting limits and cutting me off.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem. Like, I'm cool with doing reviews. I like to write. I'm cool with reviews if I have an actual opinion of the book. If I'm like, this is boring, I'm not having fun, but I don't really have anything to say, it's really hard. That's why I was working diligently. I was working so hard with this video that I have coming out tomorrow. I was like, a lot of these books, I don't really have much to say. Let's work through it. And you know what? It's concise. It works. They all have a proper review. So I gotta give, you know, good props to myself that I was able to work through it the way I did.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
Just
It's
so oh my
glitching.
god, probably the yeah, I do. That's hilarious.
And we got major glitch. I can't even see you now, basically.
All right, I'm gonna head in.
Oh no.
I'm gonna head in.
Yeah.
I'll just go ahead and start my sprint
Yeah.
because it's only 2 minutes early. I'll just go ahead and start the sprint and stop my camera and move inside so that we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. So this will be our last sprint, guys. It's gonna end at 04. Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys then. All right. How are your sprints?
Mine was really good. I have a little less than 2 hours left in my book, but I got a lot of editing done, so that was nice.
I'm so jealous that you can do both at once. I know with my computer, it won't let you do anything else. It has to be just Final Cut Pro. I mean, Final Cut Pro is a lot. Like I know we had to use those really big Macs, the ones I was talking about. We had to do that for a video class I had in high school, and that was a huge computer, and even that would take forever. But yeah, with this one, it will not let me do Twitter or open up to search on Google or anything. That's all I can do. It's like, what gives, man? But I'm hoping I can actually get the video done. If it still has an issue with storage, I'm gonna be pretty upset. Like, I've deleted so much. What more do you want from me? I cannot delete my own video. Like, no.
True.
Cool. Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I got to oh, I got to 67 pages, so not bad. Not bad at all.
Is it
So,
getting better?
nah. She's now in some sort of like military facility. I'm not impressed so far. I'm kind of like, all right, are we done here? I don't know. They got the threats of the humans. They got the threat of the partials. They got the threat of the virus. They got a lot of threats going on, but it's just they're like, you're walking, and that's it. And I'm like, I don't care. Can we actually get into some action here?
Gotcha. Gotcha. Gisela, how was your reading sprint?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so today was so much fun. I feel bad Kristen wasn't feeling well. I did text her to tell her I hope she's feeling better. And Jahara, I hope that we missed you today too. I hope that work settles down soon. Spicy Miso, I hope she enjoyed her visit with her sister. All of those things. And Jessica, I hope she had a good day too with spending the day away from technology.
Absolutely. We should honestly have more days like that. Like we gotta enjoy our lives.
So absolutely. Yeah. So I don't know what everybody's thing is for next week. I know it wouldn't be my turn to host, probably, but and I don't know if she wants to, but Jessica hasn't hosted, so I imagine it would probably be or Spicy.
Yeah,
Um,
we
one of
definitely
them.
gotta reach out to them. Yeah, we definitely
Mhm.
gotta check on them. I
See if
think just oh, go ahead.
No, see if one of them, wanted to get in on the rotation of actually hosting. And then I thought I had something on Friday, but it's actually this Tuesday, the 16th. Gisela,
Yeah,
by the
I
way,
know you were talking about the 19th. So okay. Yeah, I got plans on Friday anyway, but yeah. But if someone does do something on Friday, I hope they have fun. For
Oh,
sure.
okay. Okay. So, I thought I had a live show on the 19th with Lizzie Faye, who's a booktuber, an amazing booktuber. If you haven't checked her out, it's really good.
Gotta check them out,
For
I
March
guess.
Mystery Madness, but it's actually the 16th. So it's this Tuesday at
Yeah.
9 p.m. So Gisela, earlier in the night, the Bookish Bryants are interviewing Ellie Alexander, which is amazing. Oh, they're spicy. Hello.
Hey! Hi, Spicy!
And then at 9, we're doing a March Mystery Madness live show talking about cozy mysteries. So I'm so excited, and I'm so thankful that Lizzie invited me to join them. So that'll be Tuesday the 16th at 9 p.m. So whenever I've said anything about the 19th, just completely ignore because I apparently flipped the dates. So Spicy, it's good to see you.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so well, Tiffany, if we don't see you on Friday, then maybe we'll see you on Sunday on somebody's channel. I hope you have fun on Friday.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm hanging out with my friend, and then we have my mom's birthday. So we're gonna have, probably maybe dinner or something, and then we're supposed to go somewhere the next day. I think we're going to one of the beaches, which will be nice because I just haven't gotten a chance to go to the beach in like forever.
Yeah, I know. Me, it's crazy to live that close to the beach and not have gotten, to go as much as you would think.
Yeah,
So
I'm still
that'll be
salty about yeah, I'm still salty at the fact that because where I live, it's Hudson Beach, and it's not like you can go in the water there, which is kind of a disappointment. It's like, what's the point of the beach being right here if you can't even go in the water? It's like something with there's some sort of problem with the bacteria or something where you're not supposed to go in the water there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So jealous you get to go to the beach, tired of this cold. I know, right? All the so long, 19 years I was dealing with the cold, and this time I'm like, I'm free. It's nice to be here in Florida for sure.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, Gisella's also in Florida. She said I don't get to the beach often either. It's a
Yeah.
shame. And my channel, when I named my channel, so actually my husband came up with a name for my channel. I was kind of exploring a bunch of different names, and he said that, and I'm like, deal. That's what I want. My thought was I would do different videos at the beach. Not every video, but like, have a series, and I have some ideas, and I still have those ideas, but then the pandemic hit, and obviously we weren't really at that point even like going anywhere. So, but I still have some of those ideas in my head, so maybe I can get to doing some of that soon.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, well, so what is it you're doing on the 16th again?
It's a live show for March Mystery Madness. March Mystery Madness was created by some booktubers, and it's exactly what it sounds like. And they're doing a live show on Tuesday about cozy mysteries, and one of them graciously emailed me, and she's like, "Hey, do you want to?" And I'm like, "Yes, I do." So I'm really, really excited to be doing that because the channel. I love the booktuber. It's Lizzie Faye Loves Books. I love her. So I was really excited
Awesome.
about that.
So two things. That's great. I might have to check it out just to support, another fellow of our buddies. And then
Absolutely.
Spicy Meats and Robin said, that'd be so cool to see you film at the beach. Honestly,
Yeah.
gotta go to the beach and have fun with it for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I think it's time for me to get some cooking going on.
Yeah,
It was
I'm
so
so
good to
glad
see
you guys.
everyone.
Yeah, I'm so glad you guys participated. It was great to see you guys. Spicy, thanks for popping in at the end. We really appreciate it. And
Absolutely.
just to let you know, we're hoping to plan out whoever wants to host. I won't be available on Friday, but maybe someone will host on Sunday. We'll see.
Absolutely. And Gisela, message me on Goodreads when you finish that book and let me know what you end up thinking of it. All right,
Absolutely.
guys.
All
Take
right. Bye,
care.
guys. All
Bye,
right.
everyone.